Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 14-part video series showing you how to create a bank. Let's get started. So to start off, let's open a new architecture template. So here, click on New, go to drop down and click on Architecture Template and then press OK. Once it opens, we start off at level 1. So here, under Architecture, on the right side, we have Grid Line. If we type in GR or click this button, we'll be able to add grid lines. So we're going to start off by adding a vertical grid line. So what we have here is elevation tags, and most of the time you put the grid line in the middle of this. So you roughly estimate everything. So if you need more room, you can just move this along. So right now I'm gonna click on below and going up. It created number 1 grid line, as you can see. I'm gonna press escape and then escape again. So I'm gonna select this again, and then here it's gonna open up in modify tabs. You could type in CO or select this icon. So if you type CO, you'll be able to grab this one and move it on the right side. And then if you move it on the right side, we'll be able to type in our dimensions. But before you do that, you want to make sure to check multiple, so that we just need to keep on typing. And because we're dictating in Revit that we want it to be on the right side, it will keep on adding grid lines and it will be in sequence. So we start at number 1, and then once we type in our dimension, it will create number 2. So now I'm going to type in 2550, 3826, 2626, 3877. We have 6026, 2231, 2445, 3000, 873, 2385, and then lastly we have 2322. So as you can see, we started at number 1 and we created up to number 12. And as you can see, we need to move this dimension. So I'm gonna move it right now for this dimension because it's easy to move. As you can see, you just need to select all of them and then grab it and you'll be able to move it along. As well as this one, I'm gonna hold on control so that I could select both of them, and then we could just move in the middle. So at least we're in the midpoint and we have some room to add in dimension. So again, press escape and then escape again. We're going to add grid line for horizontal, so GR. I'm going to select it from right side to left side. And as you can see, press escape, it created 13, which is the sequence of 12, the last one that we did for the vertical. But here I'm gonna change it. I'm gonna change it to capital A. So as you can see, we have capital A right there, and Revit will notice that as well, and it will add B once we create or copy this one. So press escape and then escape again, select this again, and then type in CO. Pull it down. So from top to bottom now, And then we're going to add in the dimension 2353, enter, 4768, enter, 2400, enter. This is 42201877 2426, and then 2335. Press escape and then escape again. So those are our grid lines we created. And as you can see, what we could do is I want to move this one down and then extend this. So I'm just going to highlight everything, move this one a little bit like that because this one is too much. So I'm gonna pull it up, and once you see this, you just need to select one of the grid lines, and then this dash line indicates that if you move this, everything will move on all of this. So as you can see, it's easy to move all of those grid lines. And then here at the top, so I'm going to press escape multiple times, zoom in, and then I'm going to pull this one up. The reason for that is I want to add dimensions. So here, click on dimension right here. You can type in DI and then add dimension on all grid lines first. So it's like continuous in AutoCAD. So you'll be able to add this one as well. And then you put overall after that. You do it right here as well. And by the way, the units that we're using here is millimeters. And then you create an overall. Press escape and then escape again. It's you type in UN, and then the millimeters is the template that we use for this. So it's metric. And then before we forget is we need to save this. So click on save and save it to the folder that you want to. So I'm here at the location that I want to. I'm just going to put it as bank. And then here, before you click on save, you click on the option. And the default one is 20 maximum backups. You'll be able to change this if you want to. But for me, I want it to be at least 5, depending on your level of Revit. So if you're a beginner, you can put it at 10 or 20. The reason for that is it will keep on saving up to 5 if you have 5 here, and then it will overwrite the last save file that you have right here. And it's good to have backups because you basically create mistakes, and in order for you to go back to the mistake to undo it, you'll be able to just select and open the last save file that you have. So after putting the maximum backup that you want, you can even put 1 if you want to. You can just click OK and then save right here. Also, if you notice, we don't have grid bubbles on this side and this side. So in order for you to add those, you will need to individually select all of those grid lines and then check this show bubble. As you can see, it will show the grid bubbles, but the only issue with this is you just need to do it manually on all of them. I haven't got any solution to do it fast, but if you think about it, it's just very simple anyway. Although it's repetitive, it's something easy to do. You don't need to do it fast enough. You can just take your time. Although, if you notice right here at number 9 and number 10 grid line, it's overlapping. I don't want to do that. So in order for everything to be shown properly, if you click on number 10 grid line, it will have this zigzag, meaning you'll be able to split this to add an elbow, meaning that it's not going to be splitting, but you'll be able to create an angle so that you'll be able to see it properly. So if you click this, it will say add elbow. Select that, and then the elbow will be created, and you'll be able to drag those ones in order for you to see it better. So now I'm gonna do that there, and I'm gonna do it below right here. And as you can see, it will even align to the way that you put the one at the top. So that's very easy to do. And just a quick refresh. This is the dimension that I did for the vertical, and then this is the horizontal, so that you'll be able to catch up. So now after this, what we're gonna do is we're going to go to our south elevation in order for us to create our elevation and to fix our levels. Here, as you can see, this is our vertical grid lines, and as you can see, our levels is not past that. So it's very easy to fix. You just need to select one, and then as you can see, it will move similar to the grid lines that we have, and you'll be able to fix all of them. It is a must that you basically intersect on all of them, and especially for our vertical grid line, it needs to intersect, or else it will not show. So just for an example, if you select level 2, all grid lines is showing. But in case that you don't fix this, what will happen is the vertical grid line is not showing right here, because that's the reason for that. It's not intersecting in your elevations. So here I'm just pulling it up because we're going to add another level, which is level 3. So there's some couple of ways to add levels. You can go to architecture, and then right here we have our level. You can type in LL as well. Some people does this, so you need to select level 2, create a copy, and then grab it again. Make sure multiple is checked if you're adding multiple levels, and then you can type in 4000. And right here, you created level, but as you can see in your floor plan, it's not automatically added for the level 3. So the way you need to do it is you need to go to view, and then click on plan view drop down, and then select floor plan, and then select level 3, or how many you have. You need to select all of them. You will need to select the top, and then shift, and then select the bottom if you have a lot of levels, and then you just need to highlight all of them and then press OK. Then it will create that level right there. And as you can see here, it's not showing. We need to double check other elevation again if it's not showing. So here it's not showing because this vertical grid line or horizontal grid line is not intersecting. So that's why when we saw it right here, it's not showing. So now that's a lot of step of doing. So if we undo this, another step of adding levels is by simply going to architecture, and then selecting your level, or you can type in LL, and then right now I'll be able to add level. But if you notice, it's really hard to have it correctly at 4000 instantly. So you will need to navigate here, and it will take time. But the easiest thing is, once you add the level on this way, it will instantly add level 3 right here. So those are the pros and cons and different ways of adding levels. So what I prefer is doing the copy command, because I could just instantly add this, especially if you're doing multiple stories, multiple levels. That copy command is the best thing that you can do, because if you're adding multiple levels and then if you're using level like so, you will need to like keep on adding it, and then if it's not in the correct height, you will need to change this and then change the height again. So it's just too much work. So that's why I'm doing the copy command on level, so that I could just instantly do, and then I could just type in the height that I want to, and it's easier for me. So that's my opinion. But you can do whatever you want. Um, for me, I like doing levels when it's just one or two levels that I'm creating, because I just don't want to go here again and then add in. It's just easier to just add one or two like this way. So now that we have this, we need to double check on all of our elevation. So like so, we need to pull this one up so that everything will intersect. Go to your north, make sure everything is intersecting and everything has spacing. And this one, we have enough room to add dimension if we want to. So now, let's go back on north and south and let's fix this. Similar to the grid line, this grid line right here, you can add elbows as well. So right now it's easier. It goes to the correct side, and we don't need to grab it and then adjust it anymore. So now I'm happy with our elevation. I'm just going to hide ceiling plan. We don't need to use that. And then let's go back to level 1. I know I'm not gonna use this all again, so I'm just going to close inactive views so that it doesn't bother me, and then we're going to start at level 1 anyway. Click on save so that everything is saved properly. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 2 of this bank. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to set up our levels grids, and then now we're gonna continue working on this. So let's zoom in and go to our architecture, and then we're going to add our walls. So click on wall, and we have basic wall generic 200 millimeters. So now I know that newer Revit, they don't have this anymore. So you can choose whatever you want right here, similar to what you have. What you can do is edit type, duplicate, and then here you put in the name that you want. So me, exterior wall number 1. Press OK, and then we could just edit. So basically, we're going to create our own clean and common wall. So right here on this side is the exterior side, and then we have the interior side of the wall. There's three things that you cannot delete here: the core boundary, whatever's in the middle that you can select. So structure and then core boundaries. Those are the things that you won't be able to delete. But if you select here, you'll be able to have this deleted sign and just simply delete it. Once you come up here, it will be grayed out. So something that to think about, that this is not something that you can delete. So I'm gonna add the thickness here of 200, and then here under metal material, so here it's metal stud layer. Under materials, you'll be able to select different materials that you want to. So now what I'm gonna select is something white. So I use gypsum wallboard first. So select my wall and then press OK and then OK. I usually do gypsum wallboards because it's white. So if I go to 3D, it will look like that. So press OK again. Make sure you're in level 1. And as you can see right here under our property palette, that we have base constraint to level 1, which we are doing. And then we have the top constraint is unconnected. So you usually start with unconnected, and then it is just putting 8,000 right here. So we need to always connect it from level to level. So here, level 1, obviously we're going to put it to level 2. If I change it right here, it will change it right here as well. So in either way, you'll be able to change it right away. And good thing is, I always want wall center line. So using wall center line, I'll be able to just add the wall in between this grid line, and then changes is already checked. So we don't need to do anything anymore right here. We just need to put this one level 1 and then top constraint level 2. So now what we need to do is select A2, which is right here. We go up to A5, go down to B5, and then go all the way to B12. Then go down to actually D12. I'm gonna press escape and then escape again. I want to do is pull this one back. So I actually made a mistake and just put this one to the 11th grid line. So that's the only thing. So now once you're right here, just go to B11 and then go to D11. So now I'm going to select this wall again. You can simply just select wall and you'll be able to select the exterior wall. But in case that you're already in deep, you created so many walls already, different kinds, it's easier to just select the wall that you know that you're gonna use. So here I'm gonna use wall, exterior wall number 1, and then type in CS. Basically CS is this icon, create similar. So by just typing CS, you're creating the similar, and you'll be able to instantly add it to your model. So now I'm going to select D11 and then going to D12. Zoom again on this area. We're going to go down on to H12, and then go to H7, and then go up to G7, and then going right here up to G2. So by the adding grid bubbles, you'll be able to instantly see everything. You don't need to pull down and up all of this. So at least everything is visible. So now I'm going to close it off up to A2. Press escape and then escape again. So next thing we're gonna do is I'm just going to add another exterior wall, so CS, and you just need to add this one from F2 all the way to F1, going up, and then here it will be our front entrance 4880. That will be the size. So basically it will be our vestibule area, and then close it off again. And then here we're just going to SL, slice it, and then TR to trim it. We could do this right now, or we could just extend this one later on, but as of now, let's just open this up, and then we're gonna follow by adding interior wall. So let's select wall again, edit type, duplicate, and this will be interior wall number 1. And then let's maintain the thickness, but we're gonna change the gypsum wallboard to the same one. So basically you could just duplicate this. So to duplicate, you just need to select this and then create selected material. So basically it duplicates, it creates this one, and let's just apply in and then press OK. So now we have interior wall, and then let's select the interior wall. So we start off into our loans department. We're going to add a wall at C2 all the way to C5, and then closing this off. So you can just close this off, this space. This will be our loans area. And then here at C3 all the way to A3, this will be the corridor. I'm gonna do that again, and then here you just need to see where the midpoint of the wall, and then just create this one so that we could have our opening, and this will be a corridor to the offices. So next thing is B6, close this off up to the C, and then C6, and then select it again to, this one is C8, and then going up and then typing 2463, and then here it will be 1760, and then closing it off at the B grid line. So we just have this one at the moment like that, and then after that we could actually close this off again. So let's go up to the D line, and here we're going to connect this one again, and then connect it up to the D line, and then close it off up to the D11. So we're just extending this. You could extend it actually. So for me, I just extend it a little bit. And then here, look for the midpoint and then put a wall again in the midpoint of this. And then we're going to go back there later on once we finalize everything. And then now, let's go onto this side. We're going to zoom in here. We're going to add a wall into our, this will be 5D, and then close it up to D6, and then going down all the way to G6. So this will be the area, like the teller's area. So usually you will have a big area right here, open, and then this will be desk. Most of the time it's bar height, so we're going to create that later on. And then here we're going to add a wall here at F6, going all the way to F9, and then all the way right here. But at the meantime, we're going to add a thicker wall right here because this is where the safe is. So a thicker wall we're going to add here. So we're going to convert this to a thicker wall later on. And then we're just going to unjoin them all together. So, but right now, I want you to extend this one. So press escape, we could just extend this one all the way to F12. And then like I said, we will have a thicker wall right here. So I'm going to pull this one all the way to E9. This one I'm just going to pull away like so, because I don't want anything to join it before I finalize the thickness of that wall. So I'm gonna create another wall, select that, this one, edit type, and then duplicate, and then I'm going to put safe wall. Press OK, and then edit. Thickness will be 500. And then here we could put concrete if we want to. So to make it easier. And then here we could just choose one of this, click apply, OK, and then OK. And then now let's use rectangle, and we're going to add a rectangle like so, like that. So this is from D7, so select that corner and to E9. So press escape and then escape again. And then now we could just join all of this one. Even though it had this one, don't worry about that, because this is for the safe. It needs to be very thick, and we're gonna deal with this later on, because this is where the safe vault is located. And then we have our boardroom here, and then we're going to select interior wall, CS on that, and then we're going to have this one around 9, and then it's going to be just right here. We could just put this one actually right here in the grid line 9, F9 to H9. So we have this 2 separate room, and then this is for the secretary, and this is for the one of the managers right here. So here I'm just going to slice this. So SL, click that one there, and then TR to trim and extend. I just want to create an opening right here for the loans department. And then we have the kitchen right here and some washroom right here. So now I'm gonna create another wall for our washroom stall. So select wall and then edit type, duplicate. We can put this one at interior wall number 2, or you could put style wall. Press OK, edit type. The thickness should be just around 50 or 100. Let's see about that. And then here we could just use, you could duplicate this if you want. I'm just gonna use this just to change the material. So 50, and then we're going to create this wall right here. As you can see, it's very thin, just like the stall. And then we could just put the one in the middle, and then the middle right here as well. Let's look for the middle. I know it's too big, but we could actually make this one 3 stalls if we want to. So we're gonna go back to that later on. If it's too small or too big, we're gonna deal with that, and we're going to equally distribute this. So now I believe we are good enough with this. I'm probably just going to extrude it more, add interior wall right here. So CS, I want to extend it right here. This will be around probably 1000 from here, and then close it off. So I'm just extending this wall right there, and obviously we're going to create an opening here later on. So now we have here, and we have finished adding all the walls. I believe it's better to for us to add the doors so that we can see what are we planning to do here. So here, let's go to insert, load family, and what I want to do is go to doors, and then we could add in, let's see under commercial what we have. So we have doors like this, we have double doors. We could probably use this one, double doors, and then we have exterior doors like that, and then interior doors. What we could do is we could add this one. We could add this one for the loans department. So I'm gonna add this one, click open. I'll probably add 900 by 2000 plus 750 by 2000. So those two only. So click on open, OK, and then DR. You type in DR so that you add the doors instantly. Here I'm gonna change this to 900, and then if wherever your cursor is, if it's inner or outer, the door will react to that. And then if you press your spacebar, you will change the orientation. So let's add the change of orientation by pressing on the spacebar. And as you can see, it's easy to add doors. You just need to add those ones right there. And then here, we could add the door for the kitchen. Like that. So we could add it right here. So this will be the kitchen area. And then the doors for the washroom, we could add as well. Let's use the same door, like so. And then we're going to add actually a wall right here as well. Before that, let's add the remaining doors right here. Right there. And then we could add in a sliding door for the manager, and then before the secretary. So press escape and then escape again. And then here, select this one, CS. And then let's add this wall right here, interior wall again. But before we click or join them all together, we should align it. AL, align this face to this face. So now it's easier to align everything. And then once we join it, everything is aligned. Because if you join them all together and it's over, you won't be able, it's not easy to align them because it will shift as well. So make sure to align it first, not join them, and then join them afterwards. So here, what we could do now is go to load family again, and then let's add the double door. Like I said, I wanted this. Click on open. Let's do 1800 by 2000 and then 2100 by 2000. We're gonna maintain the height of the door to 2000 so that everything is looking good. So here, what we could do is we could just add the door, the double door right here in between. So we have the double door there. Select that again just to nudge it in place using your arrow key. So for now, we're gonna stop here and let's continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 3 of this bank. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in exterior and interior walls, and then we added the doors. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So now, the last thing we did is add the door. So let's go back to insert and then load family, and then let's add in a different door for the stall. So I'm thinking of, I'm not gonna use this one. Go back to maybe residential. I want to add a pocket door from the secretary to one of the managers. So I'm gonna add this one, but I'm gonna choose 1800 by 2000. So I'm gonna add that. See DR actually, because this is a door, it's a system family. So we're going to add this one right about here. So for pocket doors, you need to include the door, the hollow openings on the wall for the doors. So I'm gonna leave it like that. So that's the pocket door for that. And then let's go and load the door for the stall. So the washroom stall. So I'm going to add maybe a simple door. Maybe simple door like this. And then we're going to put around 750 by 2000. And then DR, because this is a door again. And then we're going to add the door, the stall for the doors. I think 750 is good enough for that size. And as you can see, we have enough space. Let's load the toilet. So go to plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then we have water closet right here. And we're going to use commercial and then the wall face. So we're going to use this, open CM, and then we could add this one right here. And as you can see, we have enough room. So we're going to actually add 3 stall each. So CS on this, I'm going to add one more wall, and then we're going to manually do this. So around 11 or 1200 on each. So this one 50, and then I think that's good enough for the stall. CS on this, and then add more of those ones right here. CS the door, so that we'll be able to just add the doors. And then let's face it like this so that it's consistent. So I'm happy with that. And then CS on the wall again so that we could add it similar to what we add here. And then 1100, and then here another 11 or 1250. So we're just basically eyeballing this now, and then CS on this, and then add it in the middle of this. CS on the door again, and let's flip it on the other side to change the look. And then we're going to add sink right here. So let's go load family, go back, and then we have sinks here, and then we're going to add probably the square sinks. So go open and then CM. So CM, we should add it instantly like so. And then here we could just add it like that. So we have 3 of them added right here. And then let's just maneuver it so that it fits right in right there. And then we could hold on shift and then release the shift once we highlight everything, all or the 3 of them. CO, copy, and then add it right there. So basically we're doing the same thing like here. And then right now I want to actually, I'm gonna hold control button while I press here, and then I'm gonna push it a little bit because I know it's too close to the wall. And then go to annotate, detailed line, and let's add thin lines to represent those ones right there. The top of that, and then AL, let's align this one right here so that everything is consistent with the depth and all of those. So now our washroom is complete here. I'm happy with what we've accomplished. And then at the same time, I want to add the kitchen area as well. So here we have the sink already loaded. So I'm going to go back to load family, and then let's add in the sink for the kitchen. Maybe I'm just gonna use this CM and then spacebar to change orientation. I'm going to add the sink right here. And then we could add a linear kitchen right about here. And then we could add it. So load family again. specialty equipments. So go back to the main and then look for specialty equipment, and then domestic, and then mid-range. Let's add in a fridge. So open that CM immediately. By using CM, once you load something, it will make your life easy and you don't need to look for it. So by typing CM, you're instantly adding everything that you load. Because if you keep on loading and you're not adding it, what will happen is once you click on component, so CM is placed a component. So that's the short for that. And then once you have loaded everything, it will be hard for you to look for those stuff again. So to add it instantly, just use CM. And then here, I don't like to show the label, so I'm gonna click on edit type and then uncheck show label, apply, and then okay. So we have our fridge there, and then we have our sink. So we're just missing. So I'm gonna actually make all of this wall kitchen. So I'm gonna put in a case for this one. I'm gonna put a case, and then we're going to have everything else. So probably this one should be beside the fridge, and then the cooktop will be different. So click on insert. So let's close this off. Insert again, load family, and then cooktop. We're gonna use maybe this one. Click on open, CM, and then let's add it. We're going to place it on a workspace, but at the same time, we don't have a workspace yet. So what I'm gonna do before we add that is to go to architecture, click on component drop down, and then we're going to model this one. So generic model, and let's just add it for now. I'm gonna add it, click on place on workspace or work plane, and then click on that, and then we're just going to grab it again later on. So select that, edit type, uncheck, show label, apply, and then okay. So let's leave it here. Well, we could just put it right here as well, and then do the model in place, and then generic model, click OK, and then press OK. So now click on extrusion. We're going to pick a wood material. Go here, click on wood. Let's use one of this. Pull it up, click apply, and then OK. And then let's create the box right here, and something like that. Like I said, I'm gonna create a case for the fridge, so let's give it some gap, and then here I want it to be all the way to 875, sorry. So 875, and then click apply, and then click finish. As you can see, if we check it on 3D, it will create something that looks like that. Go back again to level 1, and then create another one. Create another extrusion, and by this time you put it at 25. Change this material to a stone material. So basically we're creating the top, and then here the stone, and then we could put marble. Click open, OK, and then apply, and then here rectangle, and then you need to set it. We're going to set it at the top of this. So set, pick a plane, and then let's choose this plane. So select that. Once it's selected, you'll be able to add a rectangle the top of that. After this, click on finish and then click on finish again, so don't worry. And then now we're going to select this CS and then let's place it on the top. So it recognized that it wants to be on the top of this face. So now I'm just going to place this, press escape and then escape again. Let's look at 3D face, and then now we could just delete this. And if you see, let's change this to fine so that we could see the grill. And if you want to see it better, we could put in shaded, and now it looks like that. But at the same time, we need to create a void here so that we could see the bottom right here. So to do that, let's go back to level 1, select this one, and then edit type. We need to select or edit this type again, because in order to create a void, you need to be on the same one as you do create this. So now, create, drop down, void extrusion. We need to set it to this plane so that we could just select or start from this top. So once it's selected, you will need to create the rectangle. I usually go over like so that it shows the side of this, because if you just put this one like that, you never know, it's gonna keep on showing or flashing because it's overlapping each other. So now you could just change this one to maybe negative 400 for now. Click apply and then click on finish right here. You could go to 3D to see how it looks, and it look like that. We could select this one and pull this down more. So now it recognized that, and then just click on cut geometry under modify. And then cut geometry right there. It will remove that face. So just click on cut geometry and then the top, and then it will cut it. And as you can see, you can see the bottom of that now. And then nothing is flashing because nothing is overlapping each other. So now click on finish, and as you can see, it looks really nice. So what I want to do next is to create the casing for this. So I'm going to select the section, and then I'm going to create a section facing this one from below to above so that it's facing right here. If you add it from top to bottom, you could just flip it. So it's easy to flip with that arrow. And then here, the view range of this, I just want to see it from here up to here. So now you can click on this one so that it faces like this, and we have this wall at the back. So now we just need to create another model in place under architecture. This will be another generic model. Press OK, and then here click on extrusion. We should pick a plane, which is this plane. And then now we're ready to create, but before we create anything, we should change the material. So I'm going to add this one, maybe another stone material. So I'm gonna use this one, apply, okay, and then I'm just gonna create a casing so that it looks much better. And then here we need to make it around 600 probably, because the thing that I like about model in place is it's easy to change, and then even if you finish everything, it's easy to change, to edit and everything else. So that's why I use it a lot. So here I'm gonna use AL to align this one perfectly. And then now I'm gonna case this one as well so that we have the casing properly. And then we need to delete this, and then SL to split this one, and then TR to trim and extend to clean this off. So now click on finish and then go to 3D and see how it looks. You can even go to level 1 if you want to, so that it's easier to see, and you can push this one all the way right here if you want to see it much better. And then after that, you can just click on finish. So we have the casing for this one done. So then again, I'm going to go back to level 1 and I want to insert the range hood. So insert load family, and we have a range hood right here. So I believe it's going back again to mid-range, or I believe it's in the high end. And then we have the hood. So here we have the hood, and then it's wall base. So click on open, CM on that, and then we have our vent hood, space bar, and then let's attach it to the wall, similar to this. Press escape multiple times and select that again, and I want it to be without the label. So edit that again, apply, and then OK. Let's go back to section. So double click here if you want to, or if this one is open, you can see that as well. So here, select that. I want it to be all the way somewhere right here. So I'm just pushing this with my keyboard arrow, and I'm just pulling this one up. I know we're going to add in cabinets at the top, so I'm willing to leave it like that, that high. So I'm just leaving it like that. And then we could, on the next video, we're going to finish off adding the cabinet doors, and maybe we could add in the cabinets at the top. And then as you can see, there's grabbable. This one's grabbable, and we could edit a model in place very easily. So that's why I use it a lot. So for now, we're gonna stop here and continue on the next video. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 4 of this bank. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we started doing the kitchen. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So let's go, and we could go to our section again. So you could double click here, or if you have it open, just click on section. And then here, what we have is the section view from this kitchen. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna select this one because we can actually add on from this in place or model in place. So we could edit in place. If you select this, it will let you know the material that we use here. I'm gonna Control C here so that I could copy it, so that once we create another extrusion from here, I know the material that I used. So here I'm gonna click on extrusion, and then it will ask me to pick a plane, and then I'm gonna choose this plane. It needs to be the one that is highlighting all of this. So we need to know the face of this. So here I'm selecting it by using tab. Select that, and then after this, make sure to change the extrusion to just 10. And then here, select here, we could actually just Control V here so that we could create the material, or we could just select the materials easily. I know we haven't done the kick plate yet, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select rectangle, offset this to 10 as well. So we're gonna maintain the 10, and then here I'm gonna select the endpoint and then spacebar so that it's from the inside. After that, I'm gonna quickly just eyeball it, maybe depending on this height as well, so that we could just select the one right here, and then I'll manually add the kick plate later on. So now that we have it right here, what we could do is we could click on finish. Actually, let's edit this again because we want to create the this sectioning, or the doors right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create or click the line. I'm going to select this line right here. So this is the line for the midpoint, and then I'm gonna offset this to 10. And we could just manually eyeball this one so that it goes in the middle like so. And then we're going to do that again by copying everything and then typing CO to copy, and then we could just add it on either side. And then also we're going to add something right here as well, so I'm just going to eyeball right here, and then we could just change this one. We're going to have something, for example, here I want drawers, here I want probably drawers as well, so double, and then here I want something at the top only. So different kinds of drawers. We could click on pick line and then offset that to 10 as well. So we're creating those gaps in order for us to slice them, so split element them. So SL, or this icon, we now need to select every gap in order for us to trim them later on. So I'm doing the ones at the top first. Once we finish the one at the top, we're going to go right here and click on the bottom as well. Okay, and then now let's go focus the ones at the middle. Anything that we added some drawers, we need to add some split on those, and then now TR to trim and extend. We need to clean those up now. Focus at the top so that we don't miss anything. If you miss anything, it will let you know. So Revit is good in that way. You can even select show in order for you or Revit to show you where you miss out. So even though if you missed, it's easy to find where you missed it. So now here, clean that one. And then select it right there. This is the only thing that is taking longer, is to clean those up. It's the tedious part of adding doors. But once you do finish, you just need to click finish right here. And then what we could do now is add in a void here. So what we could do is we could click here, void extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select the face of this door. Once you do that, you need to put 5 and then -5 right here. So you have to do that. And then what we're gonna do is we're going to select rectangle and then offset this one around 50, sorry. And then you will need to select the one from the inside, so space bar, and then just quickly select each of ends of those. And then as you can see, it will look like this one once we finish up. So you just need to set those parameters and you'll be able to have a modern kitchen like this. So now click on finish. You can, if you want to see it, how it works. Now it's still highlighted. You can just cut geometry. And as you can see, it looks much better, like a cabinet. Now, we're still in here. What we could do is, we could void this one as well, the one at the bottom, to create a kick plate. So here, click on void, and then we need to void sweep. We're going to pick path, and then we're going to pick this path right there. We could actually do this a lot better in 3D view. So now click on finish, and then go back here, select the modify sweep, and then edit profile. Now select rectangle, and then you can create the changes right here. I'm going to make this one 100, enter, and then maybe this one is around 50 only. And if it's over too much, we can easily change this. So now click on finish, and then finish again, and then click on cut geometry. And then now it will look like that. A proper kick plate right there. And then you could see it even in section that we have something right there. So that's looking good. We finish basically the one at the below. We could add the handles later on once we finish the one at the top. But now I'm here again in my section. We could just click on finish this one, because we could create another model in place in our section. So what we could do now is click on architecture, click on model in place, and then create another generic model. Click on OK, and then let's create an extrusion, and then we need to select the wall again. So I'm going to zoom out. Make sure that this is all highlighted once you're selecting here. That means you want the face right here to be extruded from. So now we need to go and type in 0 right here, and then here under extrusion end, we need to put around maybe 400 to 450 extrusion. And then after that, we need to select the material first, and then we need to use wood material, and let's pull this one up, and then I'm going to choose that, apply, and then OK. And then you're simply going to use rectangle to model what we're having here. I'm going to have it around maybe 760. to be exact, and just around at the top right there. I'm happy with that. And then here, we just need to click on Finish. And if we see it in 3D, it will look like that. We could double check it in our level if it's enough. But I think this is more than enough. And then what we could do is we could just need to go back to our section view and then click on Create again. So press Escape, click on Create again, and then click on Extrusion. Pick the plane, which is this plane, so it needs to be highlighting only on this plane. And then after that, I want my extrusion to be 10, same material. We're going to create the same doors that it's looking like this. So now what we could do is create a rectangle and then offset this again to 10. This rectangle needs to be from the inside, so space bar, and then select the one at each end. And then now let's create a line here, and then we could just offset this again to 10 so that it's easy to add. And then from here, holding on Shift, you want to select all of them and then release the Shift, and then click on Copy, and then let's just add more right here. So around maybe 400. Every 400 I think is good enough. And then copy it again right here, CO, every 400. You can even type it if you want to be exact. I'm gonna do here is I'm just going to make it big enough right here. And then I'm gonna create some small pantries right here so that to change it up a little bit. And then after that, SL to split all of those. So split element, the ones at the top first. This will be the one for the gap. So I'm just adding this. You just need to be patient and add it individually. And then going down, add those. If you like zooming in so that you know where you're placing it. And then now TR to trim and extend each and every corners of that. I want to make sure that you're zooming in so that you see everything clearly when you're trimming it. And you want to make sure that you're hitting the two adjacent lines. And then once you're finished, you just need to click on Finish and then Finish. And then you could select it again if you want. What I'm just trying to do is I just want to pull this one back for now because I want it from the inside to go outside or somewhere around here. I don't want it to be all the way at the top. I'm happy with what it looks, and now select it back again so that we could just edit in place, and then we could create the void extrusion that's similar to what we did below. So pick a plane again. We're going to select the face of the doors, and then after that you do the 5, -5, 5 here, and then -5 right here on the void. Click apply, and then use the rectangle and then offset this one to 50. And then now it needs to be from corner to corner, and then spacebar to put it going to the inside. So just need to be patient and add them properly like that to look better and properly. And then once you do finish, click on finish and then finish again. Here, as you can see, it looks much better. You don't need to actually cut geometry because Revit will recognize it, but sometimes I just used to cut geometry so that I could see how it looks. I don't need to wait until I click on the last finish, and I'll be able to edit instantly if something's wrong. So that's why I cut geometry, and as you can see, if you miss cutting geometry, it will cut it itself. So now it looks like this. What we could do is we could add in the handles. I will have a part 1 in the part 1 description. I will have a link. It's probably the second link. I will have all extra family that I created, and then we have a handle right here. Right click on that and then download. You'll be able to download all of this if you want to, so you just need to go to part 1 description of every series that I created. It's basically the same link, and you'll be able to have all of those handles. And then once you download it, you'll be able to just drag and drop. Once you drag and drop, you can even be in their section, and then as you can see, it goes to the face, so you don't need to change it anymore. And as you can see, it goes to any face that you want. So here I'm going to set this one right about here. I'm just eyeballing it, and you could add it right in the middle as well, right here. I'm going to add it right there, and then right here as well, add it. I like it to be aligned properly, so I'm using the dash line that I can see, the temporary dash line, and then I'm going to add the ones right here as well. We could have this one right here, and then I'm just gonna quickly add some right here. And then now copy that CO. I'm going to grab it from here because I want to be consistent with the location. And then right here as well, CO. Grab it for anywhere that it will be consistent for you. And then here I could select both of this, CO, and then add it right here. So that's how easy it is. And then here, both of this, copy by holding on Control, selecting them, CO, and then adding them around right here. We could add it the cupboards, and then add it right here, and then one more right here, and then I'm just going to delete this. So that looks good. I'm happy with the way we created our our kitchen. Lastly, before we finish, I'm just going to add in our backsplash. So what we could do is go back here, click on model in place, generic model again, and then we're going to just add an extrusion, pick a plane, and this will be the wall right here, and then 0 right here, and then 10 right here. Our material would be any tile, stone. So what we could do is type in tile, And we have a ceramic tiles right here. We could use that. Select rectangle and then add it at the back right here. And then we're done. So now we added that and we're finished with the kitchen area. And we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 5 of this bank. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish the kitchen. Now we're gonna do is we're gonna load in some furniture. So here, go to Insert, Load Family, and then let's go to Furniture. And then we have some tables right here. And what I'm gonna choose is this table with the dining round table with chairs. So I'm gonna open that and then CM, and then here it's perfect for this kitchen area. So I'm gonna add one right here and then 2 more onto this side. And then I'm happy with the way this one looks. Let's go to the meeting room or boardroom. Let's go and load in another table. So this one should be a boardroom table. So just a regular, or maybe we could use this dining oval. I'm just gonna choose the rectangular table. So I'm gonna click open, CM, so to quickly add, and then we're going to place it right here. And at the same time, select that again. We're going to probably change this to a bigger one. So we can do is edit type, duplicate, and this will be boardroom table. And then here, what we could do is click on edit, and we'll be able to change this. So we're going to maintain the height to this one. I'm going to change the width to somewhat around, I'm estimating around 1500, and then this one probably 3000. And then let's see how it looks on the space, which is, I think this is perfect size for this space, because we're still going to add in some chairs around this one. So we need to go back to Insert, Load Family, and then go back here. Let's add in a TV. So let's go and add TV flat screen. Click on open, CM. Let's add the TV around here. So it's facing the meeting room. And then we're just gonna think that this is a wall hang TV. And then let's change this a bit. So let's choose a bigger size or bigger screen. And then let's go back here again. And then let's add in some seating. And we're going to choose one of the seating here. We're going to use this chair drawer. Click on open. And then CM. Override existing, CM. It's because it is used for this one, so we're gonna do CM, and then let's look for the drawer chair. Select that, and we're going to space bar and add it first into the midpoint right here, and then let's add the ones on this side. So first you need to add things on one side first to estimate it, and then I believe we could actually make this one more wider. So I'm gonna put in 4,000. We still have space on this side. I'm just going to select that and then make sure that this is in the midpoint. We could just keep on adding this. So I'm going to do is copy, add one more right here, and then copy again. And let's add one more right here. So now what I'm going to do is select here and then draw axis mirror. We're going to check the midpoint. It's showing. Select all of them right here. So hold on shift first to select all of them and then release the shift and then release the mirror. And then here, just do the draw axis as well. So mirror draw axis. So now this one looks really nice. Enough boardroom, enough space for the boardroom table. I'm gonna do is I'm going to add in some storage. So here we have credenza and click on open CM. Let's add the credenza right around here. And I want it side by side. This one, we could put this one on a different elevation. So we could put this one around maybe 700 height because it's in the wall. And as you can see, we need to align this one into the wall as well so that it's quick exactly there. And then we could just move this one somewhere right here. And then we could maybe put this one in the middle a little bit more. So that looks much better on that space. And then at the same time, we need to add some tables around here. So let's load more families. So we have cabinets, credenzas. We need some tables. So let's go and load the table right here. I believe this one is already preloaded. So I'm just going to double check. It's already preloaded. So we need to CM. And then here we have the credenza. We need to change this one to the desk. So I'm going to add the desk and then put it right here into this room. Load family, add some chairs. So seating, we need to add the chair, which is this one with arms. CM, and then add it right here. And after that, load again, different chair. We could maybe add this chair. CM. This is the same chair, but we need to add in maybe the same corbeau. Actually, we're going to select this one instead. Regular chairs like that, add it here. Pull this one a little bit. So we have something that looks like this. And then we need to add some casual seating right here. So load family. This one, let's add in corbeau. CM, let's add it right here and then right here. Make sure that this is aligned properly at the back of the wall, not over the wall or inside the wall. We just want it to be looking much better. But at the same time, this is something that it's weird that it's not able to align it from this side, even though I'm tabbing it. So I'm just going to leave it like that. That's fine as well. And then we're going to just add it like that. And then load family. Let's add in some tables. Let's add a coffee table, CM, and then add a coffee table like that. That's good enough for me. And then you could add in more storage. So for example, you go here for storage. We have drawers right here, different size, different height. CM, add a cabinet door. You want it to be long enough, so you could just add it like that. And maybe a different shelvings for this one. CM, add shelvings right here. So you're just trying to fill up every inch of this so that it looks much better, because having something like this and doesn't have anything, it doesn't look good. So we're just filling it up. I'm gonna copy the same one right here to have it over right here. And then we're going to add in some waiting areas right here, and then some more chairs. So we could add in seating. Let's add some sofa. We could use this CM on that. We could have a set of this one. We have this one already, so we could add I'm going to add this one right here. And that's good enough. CS on this. I believe we have different size. So I'm just going to select that and then spacebar on that. So to change orientation, and then different sitting again, different chair for the waiting, or maybe there's a much better chairs. So it looks like that's the best thing that we have. So I'm going to add more chairs like this onto this wall. And then we're just going to maintain the distance to make it standard. So I'm happy with this. This side is done already. Let's go right here onto this side. We could add in more chairs similar to this, CS. We could add chairs on this side. And then I'm just going to copy each and every one. And then I'm gonna maintain that distance. So I'm gonna copy it from here so that I don't need to worry about the distancing. And then this one we'll need to add on this side as well. Copy. And then add it on this side. We can squeeze in what more. So we can have it here, copy, add it onto this side. And then at the same time, add more chairs, CO. We need to spacebar this, or we need to rotate, RO, to rotate this, and then rotate it to 90 degrees, and then grab it from here. So to give it more space, we're just going to add somewhere right here. And obviously we could add in more if we want to. So we could add a bunch right here later on once we finalize everything. And then we're going to basically make it really look like chairs for people that are waiting for tellers. and the companion of the people that goes to the Mac. Here, let's go insert again, load family, and then we have furniture system here. We have a standing desk. I'm going to use that standing desk, this one. I like the way that it looks. And then we're going to use all of them, load all of them. So select one, scroll down, hold on shift, select the bottom, and then press OK. Do you want to load everything? Yes. So CM on that. We have a small one right now. I'm going to make it bigger. So I'm going to choose the one that looks good onto this side. So what I'm going to do is, let's check this. I want it to be a little bit bigger, a little bit wider. So I'm going to check this one. So around this size. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add it on this side looking like this. So add it there. This one should be added there. And then I'm going to mirror this because I want it to be on the other side. So here, select that. We need to mirror it on this midpoint. This one selected again. We can mirror this onto this midpoint. And then we could add in a different chair. So load. So go back here, go to furniture, and then go to seating. So I believe we have more. So we have this executive chair, CM, and then let's add it right here. So here under loads department, we have somewhere like that. And then obviously we're going to add in more chairs. So I'm going to use the same chair right here to add it 2 chairs on both. And then I'm going to select all of them, copy, and then copy it from this side. So that looks much better. At the same time, we're going to copy both of this because we're going to have some cubicles right here from our teller side. So I'm going to copy this, CO. I'm going to put it right here. I'm going to copy this too, and then move them, MV to move, and then move it so that it's looking like this. And we're going to have something that looks like a cubicle on this side. So here we have our area for our tellers and their superiors right here, looking after them. And then we're going to create this side off here. We're going to basically pull off something different. At the same time, I'm going to add in a bar height stool. So go to insert, load family, and then we're going to make this chair, this one, the stacking chair. We're gonna represent this as a bar height, and then we're going to just add one right here at the moment. Without anything doing, we're just going to add that so that it looks like that bar height, and then we're going to basically create everything else once we're done. Here, I'm going to load family and double check the door for the ones that I'm going to use here. So here at commercial, I'm going to make it double door. This one looks really good. So 1800 by 2000. That's good enough. DR. And then I'm going to add this door in the middle right here. And then there will be safe here. What we could do is we could represent annotate detailed line. And I'm just going to add a line right here, and then we could press the rectangle to create something like that, and just to create the effect that we have, the one that usually you turn. Something like that. Simple but good enough detail. Enough detail to have that. So this is all metal, and then we could add in shelvings right here. So we're basically showing off what it looks like right there. So some vaults there, and then shelvings in the middle. So I'm happy with this. Let's leave it like that for now, and we could just follow through later on. Let's give it more room, and maybe we could just flip this one. So every time you go to the vault, you have a door, secure door, and then we have this one to secure it, and then another vault to open it to get in. Thick layers, everything is thick. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 6 of this bank. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in furniture. Now we're going to continue working on this. And right now I want to add in another room right here. And then this room will be our electrical and mechanical room. So what we could do is we could add in a different door. So let's go insert load family, and let's go back here, and then door. We could use residential, and I believe we added one earlier that is different, but this one is for interior, so CS. And then let's just use this one to add the door right here. So that will be electrical, mechanical room. And then here we're going to close this off. I think this is very important. And also on this side. So the more it's secured, the better, because at least if they're able to access this, they need another door to get into. So a clearance door. So we need a single door that is, maybe this one was good enough. And we're going to add 900 by 2000 CDR, and then add it right here. So this is good enough for this side. And then here we need to add the same door right here, CS, add it right there. So we have enough room right here. And then here it needs to be an open. So I'm gonna click wall opening. I'm going to select twice, so I'm gonna select right here and right there. And then this will create a wall opening that is big enough, and then people will be able to enter and go as they please. They will be able to have access to the vault, to the safe, and all that. So now I want to finish by adding um, the model in place that I'm planning to add right here. And then that will be the teller side. What I'm going to do is go to architecture, click on model, model in place, and then here we're going to have a generic model. Press OK, and then OK. And then I want it to be extruded from the level, and we need to change this one. This one should be around or this one should be maybe, let's put this one as wood for now because we haven't figured out. And then I want it to be arc like that. And then I want it to be extruded. I think this one should be just extruded 725, 700, and then we're gonna add more out of that, so that it's just regular height. I don't want it to be different too much, and people will be having a hard time seeing what is being done to there. And then now I'm just going to add this and then close this off. I just want them to see their teller properly, not be overlooking too much. And then here is just a simple desk first. So click on finish. So that's height. And then I'm gonna create another extrusion. I'm going to set this one and pick the plane, which is this one. I'm going to select this because we have wood now. Now we need stone. So a different material again. Let's move it as rubble. And then this one should be around 25. Extruded from there. Click on finish. So we have something like that. We could push this one back so that it looks like something like this. So good enough. And then after that, we will need some barrier. So I will probably add another extrusion, and then this will be glassed. So create, I want another extrusion. This will be a different material. Let's put in glass. We have multiple glass right here, so I'm just going to let's do this one for now. Apply, okay, and then this one will be extruded all the way to the top. So they need some safety right here. So I'm going to pick this one, and then I'm going to offset this probably 200. And then after that, I think they need more on the other side. Just deleting the extra. I think this one needs more. I'm gonna offset this one from here. And then I think from both sides that's enough room. And we're just going to select right here to close it off, and then trim and extend on after that. We could extend this one later on. I didn't see that it's not at the wall. So click on finish, and then let's just quickly move this one to the wall. And we have this one. We need to go to 3D. I want to extrude it all the way to the top. This is glass cast in gray, so I want it to be like that. Consistent color. If it realistic, it will show that this is a glass. So something like that would be good enough. And then obviously we're going to add in holes there so that they could talk to whoever they want to talk, the clients, and then maybe a separation on each. But this one is good enough for now. And then here I just want to align it, align it from this face of the wall. So that's why I push it right there. So use align. And then I believe that's good enough for me. And then click on finish, and we have that finish right there. And then what I want as well is to add in the floor. So go to architecture, click on floor. I want to add the level 1 floor. So I'm going to edit this, duplicate. This will be floor number 1. Edit, change this thickness to 200, and then the material to stone. So let's look for a stone material right here. And we have this one. Click apply, OK, and then OK. And then right here, what we need to do is we could just select pick line, and we could just use this. We could do the inner line, or we could just do the outer. I believe the outer is good enough. If we need to backtrack this, we just need to edit as well. So here I'm just adding it around here, because later on videos we're going to basically add the surrounding. So here I'm just trimming this out. Make sure to trim everything, every corner. If you're done, you just click on finish. If not, if there's here, you can ask Revit to show it to you. So show, and then don't show this level, and then it will zoom in to that area. So now just click continue, TR again, and then fix this part. And then now we're good. So we have our floor now. If we go to 3D, we have that floor all throughout. Go back here, and then the next thing I'm gonna do, I want to do is to add in the stairs. So let's go and click stairs. And then we have stairs right here that is already loaded. What we could do is I want from me to go up here, and then we're gonna create a U-shaped stairs. So I'm going to set how many stairs first. So here desired number step is 23. So I want them to be even out. So maybe 22. Press OK. And then now let's go and add 11 each, forming a U shape. So, and then don't worry about editing it yet. Click on finish first, look at it, and then we could edit the way it looks, how big it is. So press escape again, select the whole stairs, edit it, and then now we just need to select that and push this one all the way to the back like that. Here we could push this one all the way to the back. We need more space there, so we could move this one. Actually, let's move this one all the way right here to the front, somewhere right here, and then push this one all the way to the back, and then here select that, push this one as well right here. So now we have something that looks like this. I want to check how big this one is and how big this one is. 23. I want to make this one similar, so 23. Let's push this one right there, and then we could just manually make this one 23 as well. Around 23 is good enough. It's not going to be exact, as you can see. So somewhere like that is good enough. So here I'm happy, it's almost looking similar, and then click on finish. If we check it in 3D, I don't like that we have railings right here on this side, so I'm just going to delete that. And as you can see, we have something that looks like this. I want to change the railing. I'm gonna do glass, something different right now. And then here, instead of this one, I want it to be precast stairs. So that one is good enough. Precast stairs, and that looks good. So we have their stairs right there, and then let's just fix this one. We need to add chairs. I want to CS on this because we can actually conform the chairs to the angle right here. So I'm just gonna delete that, select this, CS or CM. I forgot, I think we have a different one right here. So we could just delete that later on, CS. And then space bar, once you're here on this line, it will conform to the line. And then what you need to do is just click on multiply, or just click on that one. So as you can see, it goes aligned there. Let's give some room so that for privacy reason. Add it right here, right there, and then right there. And then now we could just delete this, and let me see how it looks. That looks good. I like the way it looks. I'm probably best if we add this section right here. I'm thinking of what to do next. If we should have, or we should add some boundaries on each and every one of them. So what I'm gonna do is, instead I'm going to create a wall, edit type, duplicate, and then this will be wall number 3. Edit thickness, let's put this one at 50 maybe, or that's too much, maybe 30. And let's change this to a different wall. We could do maybe this wall for now, just to change this. And then what we could do is just add a wall manually like that. I think that's good enough. Then just adding those, pressing escape once you finish the second add, and then let's just look at the result. So now I just want to double check how it looks. So now I think it looks much better, and what I'm planning to do is I want to add more on this side. So I feel like I want to extrude this side more. Edit. I just want to add this one so that it looks like something that looks like this. So each way it will have something like that. And then we're going to probably add a chair as well, because we change it to a bar type to something that's different. So I'm just going to add same CS and then space bar to change orientation, and then we could just add that one right there. So everything looks proper, and then it looks like a counter. I'm just going to change this to like that. And then as you can see, it looks much better. That looks different, and that looks nice. And then after that, what we could do is maybe we could void this extrusion. So let's go to this section and edit this, and then we're going to create a void extrusion on this one, and then we need to pick a plane, and we need to select, let's see if we could select the face right here. Unfortunately we cannot, because this is actually something that we cannot do on a round part. So let's just cancel that, and what we could do is we could just extrude this one from the bottom to the top. Select that. Next, go to section, and then I'm gonna pull this one all the way there. I just want to double check if this is the one that's not correct. Actually, I want to just select this one right here, edit this wall, and then pull it up. So now at least we have some room to give some space there to talk and whatever. I'm just gonna pull it a little bit, something like that. So that's good enough. So now click on finish. If you see in section, that's perfect. That gap is good enough for me. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 7 of this bank. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish this, where the teller would be going. We created the section for this, and then we added some glass in front, and as you can see, we have this beautiful curve teller section. Now let's go back to level 1, and I just want to add more right here. This will be where the accounting will be. And so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select that, I nudge it in place a little bit, and then I'm gonna use mirror command to just add back-to-back desks like so. So press escape and then escape again. Next, this box, so this wall that is rectangular in shape, I want to change this to exterior wall number 1, and I'm going to edit this. Duplicate will be exterior wall number 2, and then I'm going to change the material. So I'm gonna put it in a stone material right here. So let's add in this one, click apply, and then OK, and then OK again. So now this wall will be wall number 2, exterior, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to architecture, click on wall, and then here and drop down, we're gonna use curtain wall. We're going to add the window right here. Let's add the door first, and then another curtain wall going up. So I'm gonna space bar here because I want it to be from the interior part. So around 2000, I believe that's good enough width for a double door. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add in another one right here. So this will be the vestibule area, and what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to cut geometry. So you need to click on walls and then curtain wall, and then curtain wall, and I want to view this in 3D. I want to move this door. It will be around, because I want a bigger wall all around here. So I just want to add this curtain wall right here, and then add wall all about all going up, and then that wall will have glass door all throughout. So here I'm just adding this, and then I'm gonna set this one right now. I'm just going to move this one a little bit shorter, so it's gonna be have a top offset of 1500. I think that's good enough. So negative should be. Click apply, and I believe that's good enough height for a door. And then this one, this is the vestibule. I'm just gonna leave it like that, or let's just maintain negative 1500 so that it's around 2500 up. So now what I'm gonna do is click on architecture, click on curtain grid, and then select in the middle right here. Here, let's add in the middle. Add in the middle like that, and then around 700 on the side, so that we have something that looks like this. And then we could just add a curtain grid again at the top, maybe around 500. Here, about 500 at top. So I'm happy with this. And then now we could add in, go back to architecture and click on mullion, and then all grid, let's change this one to rectangular 50 by 65, and then make sure you select all grid, and then add this one right here, all grid. But at the same time, press escape and then escape again. Select the one at the bottom, delete that. The one in the middle, delete that, and then bottom again. You do this on the other ones as well, right here, and then right there, and at the middle as well. It's because we're going to add in the door. So what we're gonna do is we're going to go to insert, load family, make sure you're in the door family, and then add in curtain wall single glass door. So click on open, and then in order for you to change this panel to a door, what you need to do is select tab. You want to make sure that it highlights only the panel, the glass panel. This is the glass panel. Now what you need to do is go drop down and then select door. Here again, click on tab. You want to make sure that's the only one that is highlighted, and then change the door. Don't worry about that. We're going to change it afterwards. So let's just finish this. Make sure this is the only thing it's highlighted, and then go to drop down and change it that. And then lastly, do this onto this side. Now to change orientation, you just need to go to level, and then here you can just flip it. What I usually like is to flip this on the other side, and then here flip this one again and go on the other side. This one, let's just flip it this way. So now we have going this way and then this way on the other side. And then if you look at this, this is looking good for the entrance door and the vestibule side door as well. So now what we could do is we could add a wall right here, and then actually this wall, so I'm gonna tab it all the way. I want all of this ones only. So if it's not working out, what you can do is you can select this one, all of them, click on tab, or just hover your cursor, and then make sure everything is highlighted, which is this one is highlighted by itself. And what I want you to do is to change this one up to level 3. So once you do that, I want you to add a little bit more on the top offset, and I'm just going to add a top offset of around maybe 1000. So I'm just gonna add that. It will look like this. So even though we haven't added the second floor yet, it will look like this for the entrance. I want this one to be all window and then all window here as well. So I want that to be the look of this. So now I'm gonna go back here. Let's add in another curtain wall. So here, wall, and then curtain one is already added. Let's add a curtain wall right here on this side, and then right here again on this side. And then what we could do is go to 3D and to locate that curtain wall. And as you can see, it's right here. It's located there, but it's just visible, and it's not showing up. So what we need to do is go to modify, cut geometry on that. Select the curtain wall, and then here another one, cut geometry. We need to double check here. Select cut geometry right there. So once you do, you just need to pull this one up like that, and then up again on this side. So we have this, and then we have to select this one again, and then pull it upwards like that. So we could just give it some gap a little bit. And what we could do is we could align them all together if we want to. But we're going to pull it a little bit down like that. I'm going to align it so that everything looks similar. AL. Align this one from the bottom right here and then the bottom right here. There we go. And then on this side to this side. But this one is not looking good. So what I could do is just undo this. And I want to change it from level 2 because it's not showing up here. So I'm gonna pull this one a little bit because I don't want it to be all the way. I always have to have a little bit of that showing. So AL and then put it there. AL again. So it has this look right here. And once we're finished here, we have the second floor. It will look amazing because we have this high windows right here, and it's all the way to the second floor and going beyond. It will have this vestibule area that is really high with glass, and we can finish this off as well. So we could just add grids. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to put it right here and divide this one properly. So divide this one in the middle and then divide more, and what we'll have is multiple glass like that, and then we could have it clean up as well in our, so here divide again, divide. So we will have this design like that. That will be good enough to have. So everything is divide, and the look of this, once we have our mullion, so select this mullion, all grid 50 by 65 again, and then select this. And as you can see, it looks really nice having that design right there. And obviously we're gonna do the same thing right here. So click on curtain grid, look for the midpoint, and then divide this again, midpoint again, and then midpoint. And usually it snaps in the middle, so it's actually really easy to have or to click. So usually it's snap in the midpoint of everything, and then on the 1/3 as well. So it could be 1/3 and it could be halves depending on where you place it. That's why every time you place it there, it will be able to create that, and it shows like it's 50/50 in length. So now I'm happy with this. What I want to do next is just regular windows around here. So let's go to level 1 again, and let's add curtain wall all around. So I want it to be added onto this side. So this side we could add in another window, and then add it right here as well. And you just want to make it like that, and then here could just add it right here, and then this one should be going to flip on this side. And then I'm happy with that and how it looks. I'm just gonna pull this one later on. In terms of the stairs, I'm just gonna leave it probably with or without, depending on how I'm going to feel in the looks. Here in kitchen, obviously we need to add windows right here, and it's better to add it onto the boardroom or meeting room. And then right here as well. Add it on this side. And then I'm happy with this. Maybe we could add it right here to just have it there. And then I want to add it on this side so that we have more natural light coming in on this space, because this will be open all the way up. So this area will be open all the way up, and we'll be able to add more right here. And also I want to extend this one just a little bit more. I just want to cover all of this, so this space, so that at least nobody can hear, or they still have privacy there. So I'm just moving this one a little bit, just a little bit onto that side, just to have that space. And then I'm just basically from here it will be 9800, so that's good enough space right there. And then we could have something like a line here. Hopefully I could see something that will have some line for the waiting line, basically, that they could fall into, and then they could just have it there. And then here I'm just going to fix this. I'm going to pull this one. I just want a little bit on the side, like I said, and what we did right here. I'm just reviewing what I did. And then I'm going to select cut geometry first, so wall, and then curtain wall. And then if we want to make it bigger, we could do that as well. So I'm just doing that right now. So wherever we put the window, we need to do this again. We could extend this a little bit more if you want to. So we can extend this. I want more of that window area right there. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 8 of this back. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in curtain walls, and then the curtain doors, and also we added all the windows around here. So if we just checked our 3D, it's all right there at the moment. But we're just gonna leave it like that, and then we're gonna take care of that later on. What I want to do is start on our level 2. So I'm gonna click on level 2, and what we have right here is an underlay of level 1. So if you don't have that, you just need to go to your properties, and then under underlay, change the base range to level 1, and then your top level to level 2, and then you will be able to see what's down there. This is very important so that we know where to go. And as you can see, we have highlighted everything that we need to go 2. So now what I want to do is add exterior wall on our level 2. So here what we have is I want to be able to select whatever's down there. So what you need to do is uncheck this one. Select underlay level. So once you do, you'll be able to select anything that is under your underlay. So you want to make sure that this is all checked. This one is face by element by face, so make sure to uncheck that as well. You want to make sure that everything is able to select here. So now I'm gonna select this exterior wall number 2 and then CS on that, and here it will be automatic, it will be on level 2. So now we just need to go around and copy what we have below. It will be confusing if you think about it, but at the moment it's better than going back and forth to see where it is. So this is the best way of just basically tracing anything that you want to do. So here I'm just tracing all the exterior line. And then right here. And then, like I said earlier, we have this one right here that is for our main entrance, and we just want to connect it from there. If we want to see it in 3D to see how it looks, we basically top offset this to 1000 more. So that's why it's higher than our level 3. So that's good because that's what we want to add there. So now our exterior wall for our level 2 is done. Next thing we're gonna do is I want to highlight exterior wall number 1 and then CS on that. And then after that, I want to connect it right here and all the way to this. So now what we're doing is we're basically having this one all opened. So this space will be open up to level 3 all the way to the ceiling. And then this one we need to add basically a roof or a floor above here so that it's closed off. So if you cannot imagine it, this will be all the way up to that height, and then this one we need to close off. So that's the only thing that we need to do in order for us to close that off. And then here we're just gonna leave it like that. It looks good having it like that anyway. So I'm just gonna put in a line there. And then after that, what we need to do is add in more walls. This one, the corridor. So we're going to add a corridor right here, all the way right there. And then here, we're going to close off this stairs. So we're going to add this wall again for the stairs. And then this one all the way right here. And then we can copy what we have right here. So I'm going to copy this wall and then add it like that as well. And then here we could just add the same indentation. And then we could just trim that out. So TR. And then we could just copy everything that we have below as well. So CS on this. So this is the interior wall number 2. And then just copy everything. So basically it's a mirrored copy. And then we need to add wall there. And then the same wall right here to have it close off like that. And then we're gonna use the same doors. Flip it while using spacebar. And then the same sync as well, CS on that. Spacebar to change orientation, and then just add it just like what we have below. And because we have it below, it's so easy to just copy everything. Select that, CS, and we're going to add it like that. If you see that, it usually is grayed out when it's underlay, but once you add it, it will be very heavy line, meaning that you have it specifically there. And then here we need to flip it. And then add it right there. So lastly, what we can do is just go to annotate, detail line, and then a thin line, just to have the work surface there. Or the sink countertop. A L to align them so that it looks neat. And we're done with the washroom upstairs. Then again, we need to add everything else right here, specifically another room here. So select this, interior wall, CS. We're going to add a wall right here. And then another wall right here on this side. So we will have a corridor right here. And then CS again. And we could just have this one right here. Add a wall in between E and F. And the dimension should be around 900 from here, from the E grid line. So that's the dimension on that. And then I'm just double checking what we have. And then here we could actually have this one. So I'm gonna add another one, CS. This room right here. We could add another like that. But at the same time, I'm going to extend this one because we could just push this one back a little bit. So now we have this and that. There's an extension basically. And then I want to copy this one right here, but we need to work on that again. And then actually I want to extend this one instead and then push this one back, because I'm thinking I want this one to be the secretary room, and then this will be the manager's room, and I want the secretary to be able to have its room and waiting area, and then without the direct access with the manager. And then at the same time, we also have another meeting room and another room right here as well. So now what I want to do is add this specific table again, and then add it right in the middle, and then the chairs, CS, add it onto one side first, and then just add it consistently right here on one side. And then even the credenza, I want it to be added, and then I'm going to face it right about here. So this will be a bigger room for a meeting. CS on this, and we will have it in the middle right here. So we're redoing what we did below, but I probably want to extend this more. But let's align this onto this wall, because this one is too much inside. And then let's make this one bigger. So this one should be around 6,000, because I want it bigger. And then make this one 2,500, because we have enough room, or maybe 2,000 only. I think that's good enough. And then we could just move this one in the middle again. We can even add more. We can add 2 here. And then add more right here. So now let's just mirror this. I know it's confusing because we haven't turned off this one, our underlay, but just give me some time, because I still need some of this. So I'm gonna use this one right here, this room, and then this room, and then I will have this room to have a double. So CS on this, and then I want this one to be doubled as well on this side. And then I'm gonna add more of this right here, and then even all of this I want it to be added right here. I want to have something that's looking like this. CS on this side, Let's move it a little bit. And then let's copy this one as well. And make it a little bit wider. Coffee table. And then we have the secretary right here. Obviously this one we need to add more. I could have it right here. So she oversees everyone right here. I'm just gonna delete it right there. And maybe I'm gonna duplicate this and then the width around 700 only. So it's a little bit short, but good enough. And then for the manager, I wanted to have the same sofa system. We have it right there. CS on that. And then maybe the same one, same size, but a little bit short. I'll just leave it like this. I want to align it properly. And then maybe increase this a bit. But I'm going to add it again. And then this one 700. And then this one around 1000. Maybe this one is good enough size. Maybe 1500. I think that's good enough for this size right here. The leg room, I'm thinking 1200. I'm just moving this one to its place, and then I'm probably going to add a desk in the middle, and I'm going to edit this one a little bit bigger. So duplicate, and then the width around 2500. There we go. And then big enough desk. And then I want to have like cabinets at the back. Something like that. So that looks really nice. I like the way it looks. I'm just trying to center this one a little bit. So we have enough room for this. I want, because this will be some room right here as well. I want to add maybe this one right here. Okay, and then some tables right here. And then I just want to add right there. And then we just need to add something like right here as well. And then some shelvings. This will be our archives room. So we're going to add some archives right here. And then some cabinets. And then obviously the door. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to press escape multiple times and then go to underlay and then put this one to none and then click apply. So now we have this one. We have a room here, archives room right here, secretary, and then the bank manager. And then we have the assistant manager below, and then his secretary, and then we have accounting right here, one of the boardrooms or meeting rooms, and then kitchen, and then washroom, and then the safe. So it looks like everything. And then we have the loans here, loans department. So that looks good. We're done here. What I just need to do is just to add 10 lines and then an X mark right here to show that this is empty below. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 9 of this bank. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were finalizing level 2 or the second floor. Now we're gonna continue working on this. Basically, we're gonna add curtain wall. So here, I'm gonna click on wall again and then drop down and then curtain wall. And we're going to add curtain wall or windows on all throughout here. So I'm gonna add it right here, and you wanna make sure that this is from the inside. So similar to that, the orientation should be from the inside. Here as well, we're going to add a window right here. This is applicable to this area. And then what I want is, I want to have a window all the way right here. And then we can add windows right here as well. So now let's go to modify and click on cut geometry, and then you want to select the wall first and then the curtain wall. And then after that, I just want to click on this one, and I want to add another one right here on this corner right here, and so that we can maximize the spacing, and it will, you just need to add one more like that, and I'm happy. So now let's go and go to our 3D view. So click on your 3D right here, and we're basically going to set the heights that we want to. But here on this area, I want it to be all the way to the top. And then what we could do is we could just click on cut geometry again and hover onto this, and it will click on both of this one. And obviously we're going to pull it up a little bit like that. We don't want it to be all the way to below. So I'm happy with what we have here. I'm thinking of adding this one on this side. I think it will be good to add it. So I'm gonna add it from level 1 actually. So actually we have it here. We just forgot to cut geometry. So I'm gonna do it right now. And we're gonna pull it up similar to what we have done here. So as you can see, we could just select that curtain wall and pull it up. And don't worry about it yet, it's not visible, but once we select cut geometry, select this wall and then this, it will show. And then we're going to align it from below, from the bottom, and then from the top as well. Maybe I'm gonna align it from the top right here, but this one is actually much higher because we set it up like that. And then let's go around here to just set everything in the proper height. I'm just giving it some space right here because obviously we still have ceiling, we're still going to add mechanical, electrical, all those stuff, piping above here, so they need more room. So we're just gonna leave it like that, giving those spaces right there. And then here we're going to set that, and I'm happy with this. Then here below we're going to set the same height from the bottom because I just want everything to be consistent, and we're going to pull that down later on. And then now I'm going to select this one, this curtain wall, and I'm going to pull it down as well. Same idea, it needs some room for mechanical, electrical, and piping to go all around here. So we just need to give it some space. And then because it also has ceiling as well. Most of the time in office area, office setting, most of the time it's a drop ceiling, so I'm just setting this one up right here, and then we need to set the height for the second floor. So here, and then let's not forget to add flooring there. So here I'm just going to select that right there for each ceiling. And I'm just double checking everything. And then here we could apply this one. There we go. Happy with what we have there as well. This one is good. I'm going to add floor for the second floor, and then we need to cover this off as well. Maybe we could set the same floor. So for now, let's focus on this one. Let's go to floor. Let's set this one to floor number 2. And then let's just add, make sure it's 200 again. And then let's put it at stone. And then here we need it from the inside. So I'm just trying to go around here and then trim this part and join that, because we are going to trim that one as well. And then trim this area right there. So now I think we are covered here. Select and then don't attach. Let's look at it at 3D. So basically it's like that. And then all of this, if you want to clean it up, you just need to select them individually and then click attach and then select the floor. The reason that I didn't do that automatically, because sometimes what happen is once you do that, if there's an effective floor, it will cut it itself. So that's why I did that. But right now, as you can see, you could just select them if it bothers you, because it will keep on flashing if you have it like that shown, especially when you're in Twinmotion. Anything that is overlapping will be flashing. So now multiple selected, you can filter. All of them are walls, but it's not appearing. So basically what you need to do is you need to select them one by one again. So just trying to fix anything that we could see. And then obviously we need to open this area because of the floor or the stairs. So we're going to fix that. So edit this boundary and then go to level 2. And then we're basically going to pick line here and then here. And then we need to trim this, trim here, and then trim here. Click finish. So you can see there's a highlight stuff. So let's just review everything. And that's the thing that I don't want to happen. It's just going to do it like that. So that's why I don't like attaching it. And then I do it manually afterwards. And then here I'm going to add railing, because as you can see we have something that right here. So what we could do is go to second floor, click on railing, and then pipe is there's 3 kinds, but we've chosen a glass panel, so we're going to add a glass panel right here. And then you could just nudge it in place. and then click finish, and let's look at it at 3D, and that's good. Everything is attached and I'm happy with that. So we've cleaned here. Then let's add a floor or a roof here, and then the top roof as well, and then here. So at least I want to finish everything in this video so that we could do some more modeling. Here I'm just going to go to level 1 because I want to see all of this. What we could do is we could just add the roof or the floor on this one, and then just have this one open, but it looks weird like that. So might as well just cover this one. Just cover all of this. So I'm just thinking of other ways to do it much efficient, or just leave it covered like that. So yeah, I'm just gonna go to level 1, click on, I'll just use floor, edit type, duplicate, this will be floor number 3, and then change this to gypsum wallboard. I'm gonna use this, click open, okay, then change this to level 2 afterwards, and then we're going to just use this or pick line instead, like that. And then trim and extend on all of this. And you don't want to make sure that you have every corners, and then click on finish, don't attach, and it will look like that. You just need to select this once and then attach it to the floor. You could just do this because this one is attached to this, unless we're going to cut this over, but this is something that you're not going to be able to see anyway, so let's just leave it like that. And we have it saying like that. So now let's add in the roof for this. So you go to level 2, and then once you select the roof, make sure to uncheck define slope, edit, duplicate this one, so roof number 1, make sure it's all caps, and then edit 200 thickness, and then we're going to set another, so I want to duplicate gypsum wallboard again. I want to add this one, and then press OK, and then OK, and then here we're gonna cover all the way right here going to the interior. And then before we forget, let's put it to level 2, but we're in the view of level 2. So level 3 base level, but we're in the view of level 2. So that's how you do it, so that you see everything here. So you just need to be patient and select everything that is inside. And then once you finish, you just need to trim and extend, every corner. Make sure that it's clean, it's trimmed, no gaps, and everything is connected. And then once you're done, you can just click on finish. Go to 3D, and then what I want you to do is select everything that is on the exterior side by using your, so just don't select anything yet, just hover on one of the exterior wall, click on tab. It will highlight everything that is exterior and uncheck this one. So hold on shift, select these walls because we don't want to include those. And then once you selected every exterior wall right here, we just need to top offset this to around 600. We can put 400 or 600 depending on what you want. Basically that's the parapet, and then you have a flat roof. So I'm gonna go to 400 top offset. I don't want it to be too much over, so that's good enough for me. And then we can make it be, maybe extend this a little bit more because we have enough room, and having a big one right here will look nice. So I'm happy with that. And then let's cover this off. I believe I forgot here tavern time, so I'm gonna copy this so that we could just add. So let's go and add a roof right here. So I'm gonna go to level 2 and then change this. So go to roof, edit, duplicate roof number 2. This will be tavern time. Okay, then okay, and then you want to make sure to change this to level 3, and then I believe we could offset this, or we can change this to, so top offset of 1000, I believe. So roof number 2, base offset from level, I believe 1000. Let's see. And then we could just minus this to 800 because the thickness of the thickness was 200, so minus 200 on 1000 is 800. So that's what you put. So if you see, base offset from level is 800. So we have that. So let's stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 10 of this bank. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in the roof, and we were working on the windows. So now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is click on curtain grid, and we want to finalize what we have right here. So I'm gonna do the same by selecting everything to be in the midpoint or the middle of things. And then here we're going to just leave it as a regular windows like that. I'm gonna leave it like that, maybe half of this, or it's too small enough. and then this one as well, and then have it. And then maybe all of this will be the same look as this. So I'm just gonna go around and finish up. This one can be 2 windows, and then this one, maybe we could put 3. So let's look for the 3. So that's one, was the 3 snaps on 3, so that's why we were able to do that. So snaps in at 1/3. And that looks similar. Maybe this one we could add more. So 418 is how this one is. This is around 450 each. And this is 418, so this is 800. So we could actually add more there. And this is 480. So that's good enough. So clearly we could add more here. We're still not done here because we're still going to create the horizontal grid line similar to this. So curtain grid, sorry, not grid line. So we're still going to go back there. I just want to finalize some of these ones so that we just can focus on the front. This one's good. And then now we could just focus on the south elevation. This is actually on the side, so we could just use this view to have everything in the middle. I was thinking of doing 1/3 after this. So 1/3. So that's good on that. And then maybe this is east elevation or depending. So west elevation actually. And then I'm going to have the midpoint right here. And then add like that. This one is all midpoint, I believe. I'm thinking of maybe we could just do as well. We could do the 1/3 as well right here. So I'm gonna look for the 1/3. And it's snapping it on there. So let's look for the halves first and then the 1/3 afterwards. So everything is similar or in the same sizing. Okay. And then let's look at it at 3D. And then let's add in mullion. Make sure it's 50 by 65 and it's selected on the all grid line. So once we select that, it will create everything that it needs to be looking like a window. And then I'm just selecting everything all at once. And it's very fast. You don't need to wait for it to load. And you can see it fairly quickly that it created the mullion just like that. And then now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to change exterior wall, exterior face or material. So I selected exterior wall, and then in the exterior side I want to change the material right there. So here I'm gonna put 175, and then here I'm going to insert. It will create this one. I could change this to finish and then put 25 as well. And then the material that I'm gonna use here, we could do, like for example, we could do concrete as well. So something that we could do, just gonna use this for now, and then click OK, and then OK. And then we need to double check that everything that we have right here is the exterior side, because when we go to the interior, it needs to be the gypsum wallboard. So that looks good, that we have all the exterior part correctly on this side, and we don't need to flip it. If you guys don't have it, what you need to do is just flip it onto the level. So if for example you have it right here, go to level 2 and just select here and then flip it. It will flip in the middle, so you don't need to worry about this one changing inside. So it's like, for example, here I'm gonna flip this one, and then it will change right here. As you can see, the finish doesn't look same as the others. So that's how you do it. That's why I was like moving it around to double check everything, and looks like everything is good, so I'm happy with that. So now next thing we're gonna do is we're just going to model some in the exterior side. What I want to do is add some covers at the top mirror and then going around. So that's what my plan is. That's what I'm planning to show. And then also I want to have some casing right here as well, so I'm still thinking of doing that. What we can do is have something like going down and then connected right here, because this one is all different anyway. So let me look into that and see how it looks. So next, let's go to level 1. I know what to do now is to create something like a sign portion right here. I'm going to put the bank name right here, and I'm gonna do the extrusion from level 1. So go to architecture, go to drop down model in place, and then generic model, press OK, and then OK. And then after that, just a quick extrusion for this side. So I'm just going to create, I'm going to select rectangle, and I'm going to create something like a small one, like 100, maybe 100 thickness or 200 thickness. And then here as well on this side. And then because this is a model in place, we'll be able to change it in the spot. So here I'm planning to just put 100 thickness, and then here as well 100 thickness. In terms of material, let's do metal panel. So let's look at it right here. Here we have metal panel. We're gonna keep replace, and then we're gonna choose this one. And then here we could just put it at 600 for now, and then we could extrude it from the 3D face. So here we could just pull it upwards like so, all the way to the top. We can even go above it just to change that, so that we could see some changes. But for now, we could just leave it like that. And then I'm going to line it up with what we have right here. And then move it all the way at the back, maybe facing right here. So the face right here to finish that off. And then just to change the elevation a bit. And then I'm going to just leave it like that, and that looks really nice. I'm happy with what we have there. And then we could add in, so go back to architecture and then model text, and then just press OK. And then we could set this one, pick a plane, and then we could just select the plane first right here, and then model text. We have it right there. Let's go to our, I think, east or west elevation. And then here we could just rotate this one. Type in 90. And we could just put it right here. Let's edit. And then here we could just put whatever bank we want. And then in terms of depth, around 50 is good enough. And then material, let's look for just anything metal. I'm looking at probably green, or we could just change it up once we're in Twinmotion. So still paint finish, click apply, OK, and then the model text. Here we could just put ACD bank. I want it to be all caps. And I'm just gonna leave it like that. We can edit this, we can change the align, so we can put it in center so that it looks like this. Then probably I'm gonna leave it at the center right here. I want to see it in 3D, and that looks good enough for me. AC bank, ACD bank. And at the same time, I just want to change the materials right here on this face. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create another exterior. So wall number 3. Press, so edit first, and then we want to change here. So I'm going to change this to something different. Maybe this one first. All texture stucco. Click apply, and then OK. And then individually I'm gonna change it. So I want to change this to number 3 now. So that's good. I'm gonna change this to number 3 as well. Exterior wall number 3, and to all of this wall right here. And then we have a different ones right here, which will be the regular. So I'm happy with that. And then at the same time, let's go back to west elevation, and I want to just have a frame on this windows. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go model in place, generic model, press OK, number 7, and then we're going to do an extrusion and then pick a plane, which is this one, this wall. And then in terms of the extrusion, I'm just going to put 100 as well, and then just change the materials right here. And we should just use this one, orange peel, wall texture, and then just add it somewhere right here. I want to maintain the distance and everything else, so I'm just going to add it like that. Check this one, this is around 314.2. I'm just going to copy that size so that everything looks fairly new, or everything looks uniform. And then here as well, we're going to use that same idea. And then for here, I just wanted to maximize this. So I'm just going to maximize this all the way here, or let's make the same separation. So here I want it to be, how far is this? So around 200. So we're going to maintain that 200 as well, because I want it to be consistent. And then have it around here as well. And then click finish, and then finish. And then we have something that looks like that. Looks amazing. And then we're going to just do it right here. Lastly, so this will be our south elevation, and then we're quickly just going to model in place and then add the same thing. Extrusion, pick a plane, and then this wall right here, and then same thing. It's already set up, so we don't need to worry about that. What I just want to do here is to make sure this one should align right here at the top. I want to align it from the top right here. So I want to make sure that when I'm placing the rectangle right here, this one is aligned from the bottom, this one is aligned from the top, and then we set whatever we want here. So maybe around 400, because this is huge anyway. So 400 from here, and then let's just click on finish, and let's look at it and see what it looks like. So it's very simple, very easy. Let's just add this one, and I'll probably just add one more. Instead of having this one all the way right here, I'm just gonna quickly add something right here. I think it looks much better if we have that one there. So quickly, let's go to level 1 and then model in place. And then this will be generic model. And then it's basically going below. And then here, extrusion, we're going to change that a bit. And then right here. So it's pretty much huge. But I just want this look right here. I want it to be at least maybe 400 and then 400 right here. And then we could just change that later on or change it in the 3D. This is also a metal material. So maybe this one, and then we're just going to change that later on in Twinmotion. So here, let's go to 3D and then let's expand it all the way to that and to here. And then if we want to extend it more, we could do that as well. I just want to pull it down. So AL, this one, put it down like that. So that's good enough. We could extend this one and then we could align it again onto this face. So everything looks better. And then just click finish, and then in the next video we're going to create the site and everything else. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 11 of this bank. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finalize our model. Now we're just going to add the exterior part or the site. So now we're going to go to level 1 and then here, or we could go to site itself. And then from here we could just do everything, but I want to do it on level 1 so that we could see whatever we can. And then what we could do is we could just hopefully transfer here inside. So now what we do is we go to insert, load family, and one thing that I want to do is go to site and then parking. We have a couple of stuff right here, but one thing that I needed is the pavement stripe. Press open and then CM, and then we're going to add it somewhere right here, and it will be transferred there, so we don't need to worry about it. So now let's just go to level 1 and we're going to add our levels, so floors, and then here click on floor, edit type, duplicate. This will be floor number 4, and we could just make this one thickness as 100 and then edit, and then here we could just add in whatever we want, mostly concrete because this is the ones that people will walk onto. So I'm just going to choose a random concrete and then let's add it into our model. So here I'm going to create a rectangle. So I'm going to select here and then add it around somewhere here. And then let's choose pick line, just go around here. And then SL and then TR. And then click on finish. Let's see it in 3D. So we have it like that. And then we're going to choose this same thing, but for the curbs. So let's go back to level 1. And then maybe we could just create another one, because that one is for the front. And actually it's the same thing. So let's just create the curb ones. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create the curb right here, but at the same time we're going to add grass in the middle. So we're going to create a grass on those, and we just need to create something like this and then make everything curve. So I'm just adding this one and then maybe around here. This is the building, and then we're just going to add somewhere right here so that everything will be like that later on. And obviously we're going to push this back because we need two-way car right here, and then we're going to make it bigger. To do this properly, or to do an estimation properly, what we can do is we could add in a car. So you could go to insert, load family, and we could add a car. So we have it an entourage, and then we have a Beetle car right here. CM, and then as you can see, it's roughly around like that. So just for an example, you can add it right there or right here, just to give yourself a sense of space. And then as you can see here, we'll be able to estimate that we could need more room for this area. And at the same time, if you know, we're also going to add this curb. So we're going to add it right there, and then we could finally see the spacing that we want here. Obviously we need some space for this area. We need it for and then we need something going around for flowers. So we're going to basically add a little bit of finesse right here, and at the same time here I'm going to extend this one. And then trim this one right here. Click finish, and then just add Oops, undo that. Just give this one some spacing. And then we could add in a curb right there if you want to as well. Obviously for disability, we need that as well. So edit boundary, we need to add here as well. And then I'm going to add some grass around here as well. So you could just follow along and add grass. We need to align this one all the way to this wall. Delete this. We need to trim this. And then pick going around our building. Pull this one like that. And then going around here. And then we could just trim and extend right here. And then now let's give some space right here. And then after that, only spacing right here. And then we could just put grass portion right here in the middle. So once we put anything in the middle right here, it will be an hollow portion of this. And then what I do is I fillet arc on this side. And then we're going to fillet arc this one, 800, this one, make it 800 as well to be consistent. And then trim this part right here. Make sure this part is hollow. And just curb right here. I'm cool with to have some curves here. And then the exit right here. So I'm going to have this one extended. And then trim this out. DR to trim again, right here. And then we could just fillet arc right here. So we're just forming what we have here. And then at the same time after this, we could have the ones on this side as well. So what we could do is I'm going to click on finish this. So show whatever that we did it, fillet. And then here, trim this one. And then we forgot here. And then we're going to add in the grass on this side. So now we just need to fill up all of this gap. I think it's better if we clean this. So I'm going to select that and then go back to level 1. And then now I need to edit this portion. So edit boundary. I believe the gap is good enough. We could just move this one a little bit like that. Exit is good enough. And then maybe we could just copy this onto the other side. Select here, copy, and then rotate 90 degrees. Select all of this side and then just have this one so it's basically a corner. I'm going to use align to make sure that everything is aligned. And I'm just going to click finish first. See how it looks. CS. I think a little bit more, a little bit bigger. So edit. So I'm just going to move this one and then move this one. AL right here. The curve. Click finish. And then let's add in so I'm gonna add it around 5600. So I'm gonna copy this 5600. It's not 5600 but 2600. And we want to make sure this is bigger than this. So copy 3600. Sorry, this one is 2600. 2600. And then make sure multiple is checked. That's why it keeps on closing on me. And then that's good enough for this. And then let's add it on this side. Edit. And then align it right about here. And then right there. Click finish. Copy. $2,600. I'm going to pull it out instead. And just copy this to make it a lot faster. And then just delete the remaining. And then just move this one right about there. So good enough. And also we have inside we have this sign. So CM, we could have it right about there. And then here we could add it as well. So CS on this. Copy 3200 for the disability, and then 26. So depending on where you live, there are building codes that conforms to the disability and what you need to add. There we go. That's perfect. And we just need to move it right here. And then here what we could do is we could have in another parking space, but we have I think this is good. We could just leave this one like that. And then we could just add in the curb and then fillet this. This one should be 800. Delete this and then use trim command. $800 on that. And then make sure 800 here as well. Can extend this. $800. And then in the middle, we're going to make it with grass. AL. And then here, this part as well. Click on finish, save your project, and then let's do it on this boundary as well. Going to create something like here, and then I'm going to add something right here to be consistent on all. I'm just going to add that one, and then here I wanted to make it bigger, so I'm going to have something that looks like this, and then trim it all over right here. Delete this, and then what we just need to do is where we need to add grass floor right here. So now go to floor, edit type, duplicate, this is number 5, and then look for grass. Pull it up like that, apply OK, and then just press OK and then OK again. So now let's click on pick line and then click all of this. And also this ones. And then let's just trim and extend here, and then click on finish. Save it, and let's look at it at 3D. That is looking good. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 12 of this back. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to create the site and also add in more components. So now, I'm just going to delete this. I will add in our floor. So basically, our ground floor. So here, I'm going to select floor, then edit type, duplicate, and then this will be floor number 6. Edit, and then let's change this to another concrete material. So I'm just gonna pull this one up, apply, and then OK, and then OK again. And for this one, I'm probably gonna offset this one to -100, and then we could just add it all the way right here. Very easy, very simple, and we could just push this one all the way right here. And then let's click on finish. Let's look at it at 3D and how it looks. And so far it looks really nice, the way it attaches to our building and everything else. So at least we'll be able to add in some sides here, maybe at the background as well. So I'm probably going to extend this one a bit here and a bit right here, because I want to have this look here and then this side with another building for the background. Click on finish, and then lastly, what we're going to do is we're going to go to level 1 we're going to tag the rooms. So here, I'm going to select this room, and then we're going to tag each and every one of them so that we could prepare our sheets. And then here we have our vestibule. We have something right here. And what we could do is we could room separate this. So we have teller, and then we have accounting right here. So we'll be able to separate the rooms. So as you can see, it separated it. And then here we have the safe, kitchen, and then the washroom for men's and women. Meeting room. We have the assistant manager, its secretary. We can have this one as its stairs, and then corridor. So now what we need to do is just put in the name. This will be electrical, mechanical room. And then we have here loan 1, and then copy control. We have loan 2 here, loan 3, and loan 4. So this is our loans department. We have our stairs here. Main entrance. We have our lobby here. We have our tellers, accounting, vault safe. We have meeting room number 1. We have our assistant manager, secretary 1, and then corridor right here. Kitchen, and then we have our men's washroom, women's washroom. So I believe we tag everything. Now let's go to our level 2, and then we could just keep on tagging again. So we have our archive room, our IT, secretary 2. This is our manager, our branch manager, and then we have another meeting room number 2, and then the men's washroom again, and then women's. And then another corridor. This will be open below. So we could just add in a text. So click here, put it right here, open below. And then now what we need to do is prepare our sheets. So what we need to do is go right here, right click, and then click on new sheet. We have A0 already loaded. So if you want to load a different paper size, what you need to do is go to the main right here. And then we have title blocks right here, and you can choose each and every one of here. But A0 is already good enough size for me, so I'm just going to use that. And then I'm just gonna quickly add 5 of this. And if you notice, Revit will keep on adding a sequence on this sheets. So if you put A1, it will create A2. So it's smart enough to recognize those sequencings. And then you can change the namings right here. So this will be cover sheet. And then you can, if you double click here as well, you can change it right here as well. So you could put first floor, and then if you change owner ACD, then project is bank, ACD bank, and then it will recognize everything there. This will be our second floor, and then elevations, elevation, and then another elevation right here. And then we could add another one for our site plan. So here, new sheet. Usually site plan is around in the second page right here, but you could change it if you want to. Site plan right there. So in terms of site plan, you just need to go to our site right here, drop it there. Let's see how it looks. So this one looks good enough. What we could do here is change the naming that we have here. So select that, and then here we could put site plan. We could even put overall site plan, and then it will just change right here. It won't change here because you just put it here. If you change it on the view name, it will change here as well. So might as well just put it in the title sheet so it doesn't change anything right here. And then after that, you can select here and then fix this line, the title line. So you will need to select the view first in order for you to change that. And then if you don't want your elevation tag to show, what you need to do is go to the site, go to visibility graphics, so type in VG, and then here under model, look for, type in E, and then we have elevation right here, or it's either in annotation. So elevation is under annotation, uncheck that, apply, and then OK. And it disappears right here. So we have our site plan already added, but let's go and go to our first floor. Let's close inactive view so that it's cleaning up. Let's try and move this one right here to see how it looks. So I don't like the look of this. I want it to be zoomed in. So what I need to do is, you can delete it here for now. Go to level 1 and we want to check all of this: crop view, crop region visible, and annotation crop. And then what we need to do is select this view, and then we need to crop it on the area that we just want. At the same time, we want to lower the scale so that it looks bigger right here. So 1:50, maybe it's good enough, but we need to see it first once we drag it right here. And then I believe 1:50 is perfect on this side. I don't want level 1 to show, so I'm going to select that and then change it here again. First floor. Click apply. You want to fix this line, so select that and then drag it again. So select the view and then drag it. So now let's go to level 2. We already know that it's 1:50 is the perfect, and then here we just need to clean it up. So select all of that. It's fairly cleaned. We could just drag this one all the way right there, and then just open up second floor, drag level 2, and then we don't want level 2, we want second floor. Select it there, apply, and then now select the view in order to fix this title. And then after that, go to elevation. Side plan is already done. For elevation, we need to double check it first, so drag east. If it's good enough, I believe it's too small, so what we can do is make it bigger, so we need to go there in order to make it bigger. So 1:50 again, and then select all of this, check all your crop, and then just crop it a little bit. I want to see it in under elevation, so I'm going to drag it there and see how it looks. So this is good enough. I want to see how the north affects right here, so we need to double click on north, change it to 1:50, and hopefully it fits. If not, we will need to change the scaling. So I'm gonna try and fit this one right here, and as you can see, the levels also move along. So even though you're making it smaller, it will still be visible and you'll be able to see how it looks. So here, adding there, that's perfect as well. So now let's go to south elevation and west elevation. Let's fix it before we drag it off. So let's do this first before we do anything else. So here I'm cropping this one nice enough to fit into the sheet, and then west elevation as well, change it to 1:50, and then make sure to crop and annotate crop all of them as well. And then go here and then drag and drop your elevations. And then there we go. And then now let's go to our cover sheet. But before we go there, let's go to level 1, because I want to, or our site, so that we could see how it will look once we render it. So here I'm gonna use camera. I'm gonna picture it like so, and that one will look like the view range and the range that you want to do for this. So now here I have my view number 1. I'm going to change it to fine, And then here I'm going to go to this graphic display, change the background to gradient, and then you can add in shadows if you want to, cast in shadows, sketchy lines if you want, enable jitters, extensions, then depth cueing if you want, lighting, and then if you click apply and then OK, and then after that go to view, and then you can render something like this. I'm gonna put it in medium because it's not gonna be too much for my computer, so I'm just gonna click on render and then it's gonna be fast enough. So once it's done, you can save it to the project, and then once you save it, you will have a rendering right here. So I'm gonna close it. You can even export it if you want to, but that's the look. As well, if you want it to be realistic, that's the look with the realistic. And then if you want it to just hidden lines like that, and then color shaded. So differs on that. And then now let's just go to cover sheet and then drag our rendering. Here you could just click on that, press escape, select that again, and then go to drop down. We don't need any title, select that, so double click on that. We'll be able to maximize the view of our cover of our rendering. And then after that, double click on the side, and then we need our sheet list. So you need to go to schedule and quantity, new sheet list. What we need to do is go down here. We need the number, so add it to the parameters, and then sheet name and sheet number. So I'm gonna put number first and then the name afterwards. So that's how I like it. And then here we need to uncheck blank row before data. I don't like that. And then here title, I want it to be bigger, and then the smallest 2.5. Just do it like that, and I'm good. And then let's go back to cover sheet, and then let's add it right there. And then we just need to make it bigger, so just expand it. Good enough, expands, and then you could just place it there. And this is automatic. Anything you add, it will be added instantly. You don't need to worry about it afterwards. So now let's just save this, and then we can able to print. So click on print, go to your printer. So if you have a printer, I'm just going to use Microsoft Print to PDF, and then here select the views and sheets. What you need to do is you need to put this back to combine, or else it will print out individually. So just pull it back right there, select, and then uncheck this one. Check all, because everything we need. You can save this so that you will always have the full set. So I'm gonna put this one as full set, and then press OK. So now every time that I see this, it's printing all of it. I don't need to go back and print and then to put it on check all and those kind of stuff. So I'm just going to press OK and then put it into my desktop and save it there with a folder and a file. And then I'm just gonna put bank and then save it as PDF. And then once it's done, as you can see, we have our sheets right here. We have our A101. We had our first floor, second floor, and then elevations, and also our overall site plan. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 13 of this bank. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finalize our model. Now we're ready to go to Twinmotion. So before that, let's go to detail first. Make sure this is on fine. You can leave it here under realistic, but you can even put it in hidden line so that it's not heavy for Twinmotion to recognize everything, especially on that view. So now fine, hidden line, we want to save it. You want to be in 3D view, which is we are, and then now go to your Twinmotion plugin and then just click C in Twinmotion. So wait for it to synchronize and we're gonna be back afterwards. So once it finished synchronizing, it will ask you if you want to do existing project or new project. Always select new project and then press escape. It will synchronize again, and we just need to wait for the model to be loaded. So once the model loaded, of course it will look like this. This is the default look, and I'm just checking everything, and that looks good. What we need to do is open this. We have an arrow, triangle arrow here. Open that, and also go to import. We need to sign into Epic Games in order for us to be able to use Sketchfab and Quixel Mega Scans. After that, you can go to materials and then click on glass. Go to zoom or go to forward. I'm using WASD to move around, and then you can set 1 to 6. That's the number for the speeds. So here now, I'm gonna select 2 side glass, and I'm just going to drop it right there. I'm gonna increase the opacity to around 60 and change the color to around maybe 88, and I'm just gonna leave it like that. And then here I'm going to use material picker. I'm going to select the mullion, and then once we select the mullion, it will change the material right here. We'll be able to select this color and then change it to black. Reflection, you can increase it to 60 again if you want to. Press escape and then escape again. And then now let's go here. So we need to go to settings first. Camera, we want everything to be turned on for parallelism. That's very important. And then visual effects, color gradient, and then let's select this. I always choose blue tint, but it's up to you if you want to choose a different default look. And then from here, I'm going to change the materials now. Go back here, materials. I want the brick material. I want to have a darker material here, a stone material. And then I'm gonna choose this. This is my all-time favorite stone material. And then reflection is around 55, and scale it to your view, to your liking. So I'm gonna put it around around 3. That's good enough. Not too big, not too small for that. And then for the others, I want to change this to a different stone finish under Quixel Megascan. Surface, we have stone, and then we have probably wall right here. Let's look for a limestone or something else. Not the granite. I want to check this one out. I don't want this one, so I'm just gonna undo this. Decorative stone. Not this one. And then actually for this, I want to change it to wood. So I'm gonna use a wood material first. So let's go to Quixel, wood first. I believe it's for this one, wood, and then I want plank. We can set this one as wood. I want it to be clean, so this one is, I think, the perfect plank size. And then we're going to put metal sidings right here. I need to look for brick. And then modern. And let's look for a nice brick for the all around. This looks good as well, but I'm more leaning to a lighter gray, so I'm gonna choose this one. Yeah, that's good enough. And then here, let's choose a metal panel. So materials, metal. We have metal panelings right here. And then let's change this to gray. But the scaling, I want to change it to a bigger scale. So this is good enough for me. Make it darker a little bit, and then reflection, because that's a metal. I like the way that we put this one into black, and then maybe we could put this one in gray stucco. So let's go to Quixel again, plaster, painted, and then we could have one of the stucco finish right here, or a wall paint. I think I'm gonna put a wall paint right there. And I'm thinking what should we put right here? And then here I want another metal, and then this one may be a dark stucco wall paint. So let's use this one, and then let's set this to a dark. And we might change it later on, but for now let's just leave it like that. Or instead of that, we could do is another metal paneling, one of the sidings probably. It will look good. There we go. I'm setting this one probably black. I think this is good enough. We set the materials, and then now let's set the one for the ground, and we want to also choose a skylight HDR. Let's set that one first. This one, parking stripes. Let's set a material for that. Wall covering. I'm just going to set, maybe white is good enough, or let's just select that. Parking stripe, just make it yellow, a dark yellow, and then set this the same thing. And then now, how about the ground? Let's make man-made. And then for the, I want asphalt for the floor, and then concrete on other thing else. There we go. And then go back here, go to nature. Let's set this one, this grass, number 4. I'm just going to look which one looks much better. I think 5 is good enough. Then obviously we need to make this, I want to make this one metal. Let's turn this on, and then after that, reflectiveness is needed around 60, and then yeah, the scale obviously just same. And then I want to make this a little bit dark. There we go. That's perfect. And then we just need to populate more in order for us to have backgrounds and all of those. And obviously we need to add some lights if we want this to be looking much better. Maybe we could add lights from the inside so that it reflects, and As you can see, it looks really nice right here. Okay, um, I'm going to populate this with cars. So I'm just gonna keep on adding cars right here. And then I'm just selecting different cars. And then obviously let's rotate one if we can. This one I'm going to put 180 to change it a bit. So just keep on adding cars. And then just space it out a bit. And that looks really good. You can see now that you can take a view from here and you will see. And then we need some backgrounds at the back, background buildings and those kind of stuff. I want to make this one a little bit dark as well. And that looks good. And then maybe we could add in some backgrounds right now. So let's go to our user library, and then we have some buildings here that we could add at the back just to change it up. This one is a nice tall building. We could add this one at the back right there. And then that one is right there. And then as you can see, that looks really nice having the tall one and then there's two small ones. I want to just turn this around. And then open this so that we could properly move this one onto the location. And that looks populated. Of course, we could add in some cars at the back right there. And then by just having it like that, it looks more realistic. And of course, we could change up some of the lighting. So even the sky, we could change. We could go a different sky if we want to. Right here, and then outdoor, and then actually you need to select skies and change it up. and then we want to make sure to save it first. So let's save it now. This is an important part because you never know if Twinmotion will crash. So you want to make sure that you save everything constantly, and then we can just go back right here and then choose Kyle later on for the second video. So thank you for watching and hope you like the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this bank. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to set up our Twinmotion. We added our materials, and we also set the materials. So now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is add or populate more here as well, and then I'm planning to have two views, one right here. So I want to have something like this, maybe a front shot, and then the one right here as well. So I'm gonna do 3 shots, and I'm gonna make sure that to populate the area. So here I need to add some stuff here. So let's click right here, and then let's add in our environment right here. So we need to add our user library, buildings, and then add a couple of this right here. And then this one as well. Let's add, I'm gonna rotate this. And then just pull it down a little bit, because I don't want anything flashing, especially for the background shot. And we can have it looking like this. So I need something at the back here. And then once we set those, I'm going to populate more cars into this side. Want to make sure that everything looks correct. And just quickly add more of those. And then maybe let's add the same onto this side, so we could just copy all of this, hold on shift, click on tab so that it's arrowed, and then just quickly add a copy right there. And then we're just going, don't press escape yet because we need to move it more right there. And then maybe we could just add a little bit more so that everything looks nice. And then let's add more right here. Then let's add it right here. And this one will be a headache because we need to change the orientation as well. So don't be worried. We can just have it quickly at the back like that. It depends on you how you want to populate. I like adding some cars so that it looks realistic, and then I'm gonna lower the view from the camera, and also to hide imperfections. So those are the things that I'm gonna do. So lower it as much as possible, and then just click something like that. I'm gonna make sure to see it like that. I'm gonna increase the scale on this. I want it to be more visible like that. And then here we need to isolate this, so right click on that, select that first and right click, and then isolate off. And then here we need to go right here under context, vegetation paint, and then go back here, and then grass. Let's add in long grass number 2, and then we could just select this first to increase the density, and then select this brush with the vegetation paint, and then here we could handle how big we want it. So here we could just make it a bit small, and then we could just do it like that. We could add it instantly, as you can see, just to make it more nicer. And then obviously we need to isolate this, so we need to select it back, and then right click here, isolate off, and then now we have our grass right here. And as you can see, we need to add more onto this side. Now, because we missed this, let's just isolate this again. Gonna do that, select this, and select the floor. Isolate both of them, and then select this in order for you to add. So I'm not sure what happened there. I want to make sure that we got every inch of that, and press escape, and then now we just need to select this back so that to unisolate it, and then we're good with that. We just need to add in some trees that looks nice on the space, so we could just add this one, and then maybe we could add maybe 3 more onto the space. That's good enough. And then let's add a very small one here as well. So let's look for a small one, maybe this one, and then click on tab, hold on shift, and then move it onto the side, make it around 4, and then here for 4 meter in spacing, and then this one let's put around 10, and then that's good enough. Maybe we could add one more right here just to have that properly. And then here we could just leave it with grass, or let's add a bigger one. onto this side only. Click on tab, 5, and then make it 5 as well. And then obviously there's going to be excess right here, and let's just leave it like that. And just to have it on that spacing, I'm probably going to set the same asphalt right there. Maybe we could add this one near. And then this one, just go to the top of this, and then add it like that. And then I'm just moving it, going inside. As you can see, we have enough space, and it will feel more populated because of that. I'm actually going to exchange this. So instead of Mexican lime, I'm going to right click, replace object, and then let's change this to a different. So I'm gonna use this start replacement. So there we go. But because of this, it doesn't actually really look nice. It looks like it's planted. There's no change in elevation, so because everything is the same. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna delete some of them, and then I'm just going to add different kinds like that. There's no randomness there, so that's why I hated it. I'll make this big. Okay. And there. At least now nothing is consistent too much. So now that's it done, we could just set our lighting and then the sky that we want to showcase here. What I'm gonna do is let's add the sky. I want it probably low sun, overcast. I want to set this one. I want to see how it looks and how it reflects on our model and how realistic it is. I'll probably going to set not low sun. I want it to be probably noontime, but overcast. Let's see how it looks. give it some time, and then we could change the intensity. So I probably like the look of the last one. So maybe that's the best one. So the noon, overcast. Sorry, not noon. Low sun, overcast. Let's look for this one before we set on this 04. So this one looks nice as well. We can change the intensity as well, but we want to check how it reflects on when we turn this on. Sun intensity, I just want it to be 2. Ambient, let's put on the exposure, and then here we could go to weather. I want it to be a little bit wet like this. I like the reflection. There we go. And then the white balance. And that actually looks realistic. Lower it down a little bit. So around this height. This is perfect. I'm probably going to take an image. Before we take an image, I want to lower the opacity so that it reflects. And then the color. There we go. Select media and then click on image. And then, of course, before we do that, let's set this one to high. And then click on image. And then uncheck this one so that we could change our like that. I'm probably going to move this one on the side so that we could have this nice image right here. And then we could select an image again, and then that looks really good. Click on create on that, and then let's undo that. And lastly, we could just add this one right here. And then create an image again. And then from here, we could just change a little bit of the height. So I'm manually changing the height right here. And then you want to make sure to click on refresh once you change that so that it will reflect on the image as well. And then after that, let's quit media, and then let's put this back because our exposure is too high. We just want to make it normalized like this. So that we could create our media. go. What we could do is now is just create a view going inside. So here under media, let's go to video. Let's create one video first, and then adding or going inside like that. Change this to 6 seconds, and then we could add something like this right here. Another one that goes inside like that. Another 6, and then I want to create something like this right here. A nice view going right there. Orbiting. I want to double check that to see how it looks. That's good enough. And then flat line like this. Around 6 again. This one, make it 2 seconds. This one, let's make it another 2 seconds to have that still image. And then let's add another one like this. Around 6 again. And going up like this. Probably around 4. Let's make it 6, just to slower it up. And then after that, maybe last shot. I want to add it like that right here. And add that last part going out. And then another 6 seconds. I'm happy with that. So I will duplicate this. I'm gonna rename this first. This will be my show reel. And then this will be my, so I'm gonna click on more, format. I'm gonna change this to custom. Height would be and then this one is 700. This will be renamed shorts. And then the last thing we need to do is just select all of them and then export. So I'm gonna save this first before we do that. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.